Hey everybody. So we're doing the eight healing states. Um, so this is tied to both the energy body and to what we talk about a lot, which is vagal tone and the action activity part of the nervous system. And really, when we're talking about those two things, we're just using a different language to talk about the body and the healing processes of the body. When we're talking vagal tone, we're talking about it from a point of view of just your neurology. And then when we talk about it from energy, we're talking about like how the energetic processes and different energies or blockages, cause dysfunction in the body. And really, they're just two sides of the same coin. They're exactly the same. It's just the terminology is different. And the reason why I like to kind of go back and forth is that sometimes we gain a much bigger level of understanding by looking at it from the different perspectives. When we take it in from the point of view of energy, like our mind doesn't really have like preconceived ideas about what green energy is or what orange energy is. We might a little bit, but we really don't have these preconceived ideas, and so it makes it easier to kind of take in these pieces of information. And then when we start talking about neurology, it's interesting and it's understanding, but there reaches a point where it starts to feel like you're in grade school again and you're like going, I have to study all this stuff to understand what it is. And you really don't. The thing is it's interesting, but the way that we try to present these things is just to have it be like a mechanical thing that you can kind of go through and follow and produce a result. You don't really have to study anatomy and physiology to be able to, work with the oils or do whatever. And so the idea with this class, and we're actually going to do more classes based on these eight healing states, is to kind of combine both worlds and make it like kind of easier for you to go, this feels like a green state. I should be doing a green state, or I should be doing a violet state, or I should be doing an orange state. So if you're treating other health issues, this could be something that you add on to it. But as we kind of progress with the presentation over the next few months of these eight healing states, I'm even going to lay out like if you have these kinds of conditions, you should go to this color and almost make it just like this color thing like you know green does this, or I have an issue that falls under green, and then there's all these kind of things that we can do because of green. And so, like, you could think of this as laying like a deeper foundation of how to work vagal tone and then how to work the different colored energies. The difficulty with vagal tone is, we talk about vagal tone, which is rest and repair, but there's all these nuances with vagal tone. There's vagal tone, there is the function of vagal tone. Like just because we have the potential of vagal tone and we reinforce it, why doesn't it work sometimes? Like sometimes we're so stuck in a stressed out state that vagal tone doesn't really work, right? We get there and it lasts for a little tiny bit and then boom, we're right back out of it, right? And then there's the part where we don't have vagal tone and it means we're not processing the physiological emotions and responses in the body. And so then it puts us in a deeper, like stressed out state. And why do we get angry? Why do we feel upset? Why are we afraid? Why are we having anxiety? A lot of this is neurological. We think of it as being psychological because it's a feeling, but it's usually not generated by the psyche, it's generated by your neurology. And so, you know, how do we address that? without making it too complicated. The idea of this class is there's a big body of knowledge, and we're just going to keep simplifying, simplifying, simplifying so that it's just like, oh, this is what I do, right? Now, when you look at it from the point of view of energy, we all have energy because it's our life force, right? Even if you don't believe in energy, which if you're here, you do. But just like say you're talking to a family member and they're like, I don't really believe in that. For them to have that thought and that opinion and to be alive to do it, there's energy in the body because the energy is the life force. So the level or degree of life force that we have has to do with our vitality, our ability to heal, our ability to function, our ability to have, various processes be able to work. Even if you look at the idea of memory, for example, that still has a neurological component and an energetic component. But really, it's the same thing, but we just talk about it in different ways. We talk about even the tendency uh, to have like frequent urination or something like that. There's a neurological explanation, and then there is an energetic explanation, right? So here we're kind of mixing the two worlds and making this kind of like color coded approach to like when we have a health issue, we can go down the road of something and really explore it and not have to figure out, is this like vagal tone or is this color or what part of vagal tone should I be working? And so the idea is to make this more efficient for you when you're trying to heal something or figure something out, right? So I will be adding more things to this kind of layout that we have here as time progresses. Like we're going to be doing another version of these 8 colored states in about 3 or 4 weeks, where we take this body of knowledge and then we add to it. We're going to add like maybe conditions or different processes, and so yeah. Now, from the point of view of energy, this idea of life force, we all have like white light within us. And within the white is all the other colors. All the other colors are represented in the white prana, right? And the difficulty is that we have white prana, but we also have dirty gray, right? We have blockages, we have old emotions, we have stress, we have, areas in our body where things are maybe degenerating a little bit, or where an area got compromised. We have an old injury, whatever it might be. We have cords from people, right? And so the level or degree of energy or life force in an area is like the fuel or gasoline for the processes in that area. So if something becomes blocked or deficient, the tendency for that area to be able to process and heal, to get better, to be vibrant, to be vital is diminished. And so this is again how the body begins to break down. Now, on the flip side of that, as we become more vibrant and more vital, and the more that we remove the blockages and diminish that dirty gray energy, right? Part of what happens is the colored energies in our body become more refined, right? We are able to start generating more of these colored energies. Just like we can improve vagal tone and we can improve like vagal tone to the point where there's vagal reinforcement and then vagal anchoring and all these levels or degrees of vagal tone. The same is true for refining these different kinds of colors, these colored energies within the body. Now, as a person spiritually grows and develops, eventually we are bringing in more divine energy, and that divine energy is mixing with the elements, and it produces like a gold prana in the body. And gold helps to stabilize the body and helps the body handle more spiritual energy. And as the gold kind of comes in, the level or degree that the energy body refines those other colors becomes accelerated, which means our body recovers much faster, it heals better, it deals with difficulties or stress in the environment to much more efficient degree, right? But also what happens is the next stage of development after we've developed what we would call the golden body or the golden aura is uh, something that people try to develop in different spiritual traditions where they develop the diamond body or the rainbow body. And this is a very deep refinement of the production of colored energies within the body. But really what it is a very deep refinement of the nervous system. So this is kind of like a decoder ring that helps you to like target the nervous system so that we heal deeper, we heal faster. And when we heal the nervous system, we're also healing emotions and we're also healing the mind. It's not just the body, right? In medical aromatherapy, a lot of times when something would be talked about like a stressful situation or some psychological issue, they would always just refer to it as a kind of stress, whatever it is. And, keep in mind, medical aromatherapy is put forth by doctors in Europe. Like this is how they use essential oils, is they do a lot of testing and then they prescribe something. And then based on that, they go, oh, this oil is good for these kinds of conditions, right? So when they put that forth, what they're saying is that parts of the nervous system are responsible for our emotion, and parts of the nervous system are also responsible for how we think. So if we keep boiling it down, the idea of neuropsychology becomes um, more at the front of treatment rather than just some weird idea in the background, right? And so the more that we look at, like, why do I have this repetitive thought in my head? And why do I have all this chatter and this monkey mind? And then we do some neurological process, and then, oh, the mind got quiet and the mind stopped repeating that thing that I kept thinking over and over again. That happens, right? And then it's a byproduct of treating the nervous system, but a little bit of time goes by and those things come up again, right? So the more we keep resetting vagal tone, we keep reinforcing vagal tone, the more we keep improving vagal tone, the more that we diminish these tendencies. And not only does it make our body, our emotions, and our mind better, but it also makes it so that when we go into the outside world and we have these different reflexes and stress responses to things that are based on our past and or difficult situations that are in the here and now, that we keep resetting these things in our body, our emotions, and our mind, and we break out of patterns and we handle things in a way that is more long term than just right here, right now. Because a lot of times we handle things right here, right now, because we're in a stress state, right? Where we have a dysregulated part of our nervous system and we're just trying to deal with right here, right now. I'm just trying to be comfortable in the here and now, right? We don't go like, in 5 years, this might not be good for us, or in a year, this might not be good for us, or next week, this might not be good for us, right? This might cause us problems in the future, right? We want to be able to live in the here and now, but we don't want to be just about here and now and not think about consequences of the future, right? And so we also don't want to be held hostage by the things in our past. And the way to do this is to refine the energy body with colored energies, or if you want to use the different language. You improve vagal tone and you keep resetting vagal tone every time we have a triggered response or a stress response, or we get a little agitated or we get a little worked up, whatever it is. Keep setting vagal tone. And what happens is you're bringing in light to these situations, and the light eventually turns to love or stability, like providence. It will turn something negative into something positive if you ride the wave of the light, right? Whenever we increase vagal tone, right? Whenever we increase vagal tone, we're increasing guidance and soul contact, like soul guidance, soul contact. We're experiencing to a deeper level the soul. When we refine the energy body, when we refine the different colors, it's the same thing. We're increasing soul guidance, we're increasing soul contact, right? Soul energy is tied to our ability to repair and regenerate. When there's an area that's not regenerating, it's not because we're not developed, it's that that area of the body, the nervous system isn't working like it should. And so it's not allowing soul energy or light to go into that area. So then it degenerates. The other areas can still be good, but that area is compromised, right? So we're constantly trying to make these areas be able to handle more light, right? So we're going to use this color-coded approach to improving our health, our emotions, our mind, our body's ability to regenerate, also how we interact with the outside world. Okay. So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to work on segment 1, the green healing state. So green, if you look at it from an energetic point of view, helps to refine the energy body. If you look at it from the point of view of the nervous system, it improves the function of the rest and repair mode of your body, right? Just because we have rest and repair mode in our body doesn't mean that we're hitting it. Doesn't mean like, oh yeah, I'm aware of that piece of information, my body goes there. Are you sure? Like, because a lot of times that's one of the biggest issues is that your body can't shift into rest and repair mode. So it's not even that we don't have vagal tone, we don't have vagal function. Like we don't have very good vagal function. So our digestion could be off, our breathing could be off, something going on with the heart, something on with the neck, the ears, something. But it also means that like areas of your body might not be responding because your body is not able to have the function, right? It's not even that it doesn't have the juice. It's like it's a car that sat too long. It's just like you gotta jump the battery and you gotta check the belts and you gotta put some gasoline in it and you gotta, start it up and then put in new spark plugs and you gotta kind of get the things rolling, right? So the green state is about increasing or improving the repair mode. It's very cleansing energetically. And when this part of the energy body is refined, we become a lot more resilient, right? Because when our body is lacking green energy, we're in a pretty stressed state. Like we're kind of living in like low grade fight flight mode. And fight flight is not just an emotional reaction or a mental reaction. Your body doesn't feel safe. Your body doesn't feel protected. Your body doesn't feel stable. Your body could be in pain. It could be all kinds of things, but the body is in a state of protection or defense, right? So part of what we need to do is calm that down because that action and activity and rest and repair kind of push and pull each other, right? They push and pull, they push and pull. Think of it as a tug of war, right? One side is action activity, one side is vagal tone, and sometimes they go this way, and sometimes they go this way, and then, right? Well, if action and activity is always winning, like, it's pulling the rope that way, it's hard for vagal tone to go, we need to go into rest or repair. It's just always stuck in action and activity. So you might be stuck in action and activity, and you go, okay, it's time for bed. You go to bed, sleep's maybe not that restful, and when you get up, you don't feel that much better. Your body doesn't really regenerate like it should during the night. It doesn't hit the anabolic state, which is like where things get reset in the body, and you shake off the action activity and the defense mode and the protection mode from the day. Your body doesn't really reset, right? All of this is tied to green energy. Like if you were to really boil it down and you go, okay, there's all these colored things and colored states. I don't know that I really understand it. What should I do when I don't feel good? One of the very first things you should do is go green. Like if you're not sure if something's going on, if you're not responding to normal treatment, if you're not responding to your medications, if you're not responding to the chiropractic adjustments or the acupuncture or whatever it is you're doing, right? You're not responding, go green. Like the green is going to diminish the stress responses, right? It's going to help your body's ability to like break out of that stress response, and it's going to improve the vagal function so that your body starts processing the emotions and starts going, okay, look, we're okay. We don't have to be stressed out. We don't have to be in protection mode. We don't have to be in defense mode. Cool your jets. Just, you know? So it's not that it's like sedating or deeply relaxing, it's refining. Like it just refines what um, action and activity does, but it also refines what vagal tone does. And part of what happens is like when you get stuck in a stress loop or defensive loop or protection mode, is your energy field is not very refined, right? Your energy field is starting to get congested. It's starting to get blockages, because your body is not processing what's happening. Your body is just in survival mode. Like, so really what we're talking about is the ability to begin breaking the body out of survival mode, right? We take it out of a stress state so that at some point you can go, okay, it's the end of the day. I can let my guard down. Like I'm safe. I'm not gonna get eaten by a bear inside my house, and I'm not gonna, have some weird thing from work, chase me down and, maybe you do, but turn your phone off, and then it doesn't happen. So we want to be able to improve the function of rest and repair in the body, because just because it's there doesn't mean that it's working well, right? It's not even that we don't have vagal tone. This is even more basic than that. Just because we improve vagal tone, it's like, you know, maybe you have a car that runs, but the headlights don't work, the air conditioner doesn't work, the tire's a little low, it dies at the light, you come to a stop and it dies. I'm talking about several cars that I had when I was young. Just because it drives and it moves doesn't mean that it fully functions as a vehicle, right? You got to be able to turn the lights on. You got to be able to stop and not have it die at a stoplight. And, it's nice to have a little air or a little heat or something. So, we want the car to function well. So, one of the ways that I look at green is it's a really great tune-up. right? It might not resolve everything, but you're tuning things up so that whatever you do works better afterwards. Even if it's not one of the other colors, even if it's just going after a symptom, even if it's going at something with medication, even if it's like, I'm going on vacation, I want to rest and recover from this. I want to have a very good acupuncture treatment. I want to have a good session with my chiropractor. I'm going to get a massage, whatever it is, right? Whatever it is, we want to tune everything up so that we get the most out of whatever's happening. And a lot of times the green will start resolving something without us even having to take another step, right? Because we've improved vagal tone, we've improved rest and repair. And so pretty soon you're like, yeah, at first green wasn't putting me to sleep. Maybe I was using maybe blue or violet, and boy, getting good sleep, but am I getting the most out of my sleep? Right? So if you want to improve how much your body repairs at night, even though something else might be putting you to sleep, you still might want to use green because you want to maximize repair mode while you're sleeping. And just because you're asleep doesn't mean that your body's always repairing. Doesn't mean that your body's fighting off a disease or a condition or helping your back get better. Or, sometimes, I can think of times where my back was bad and I was surviving the night. I wasn't repairing in the night. I was like, ugh, please don't let me get up with my back being worse because of the way I slept, or I slept on my side, or, you know, I was just trying to survive the night and try to get some rest and woke up just as tired and not feeling good. And, fingers crossed that it didn't get worse through the night, right? And so sometimes we're in that mode and we don't really realize it. Okay, so we're going to do green. And, there is the blend green healer, but there's also several oils that you could choose. Tea tree, Eucalyptus radiata, Eucalyptus polybroct, ginger grass, Almi visnaga, aniseed myrtle, basil, anula, and then sandalwood. So figure out which oil you're going to use.
And if you guys got the optional kit, you'll have the colored healer
Yeah.
throughout the weekend. I think we're good.
Yeah. Okay. So first off, like with any of these, you know, I like to just like inhale it and even do like a little body listening. So first, just start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Not even body listening. Just inhale the oil several times and just see how that makes your body feel. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hmm. Can you maybe resend it because it's oh yeah. You're still taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Looks really nice. Mhm. Okay. So you're just being still for a moment, and just with the inhalation, what do you notice in your body? Usually, when I do this myself and I just do a little inhalation with green, I have this overwhelming sense in my mind of more, please. I will take some more of that, right? Green is a very good workhorse, right? So let's do this. Before we even jump into the process, let's do body listening. There's times where we go through and we do a process and you look at the book, but if we're also being practical, there's going to be times where you come home and you're like, oh, I don't feel good and I don't feel like opening the book. I don't feel like walking over there and getting my, but you have the bottle like in front of you. You can go, ugh. You can just inhale it and then do some body listening and you'll start getting significant benefits, right? So let's just do that. Remember, whenever we start to do body listening, we start with observing the body. And in that observation, you're already switching out of stress mode. You're already switching into rest and repair mode. You're going from focus, which is tied to the stress response, right? Action, activity. Like if you're going to get things done, you're not like paying attention to your surroundings and you're focused, you're getting things done. It's tied to action and activity. Rest and repair mode is tied to observation. It's tied to sustained awareness, being aware of your surroundings, right? So when we start to observe the body, when we just go, okay, how does my neck feel? How does my shoulders feel? How does my hips and my legs and my feet, how do all these things feel? How does my liver feel? How does my gut feel? Even if we don't get the greatest answers, just checking in with ourselves is already starting to put your body into a little bit more of repair mode. So even the assessment becomes part of the therapeutic process, right? So with that, you're aware of your body, and then you go, okay, my shoulders are at my ears. My back is maybe a little fussy. My feet, oh, feel like they walked 100 miles yesterday and I really didn't do that much. Whatever it is. Your awareness is on that area and start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. It's nice. Yeah, Samantha brings up a good point. Like, you go, oh, it's my shoulder. And like you start calming it down. And then it's like, all of a sudden you see a bunch of hands go up in your body. Excuse me, can I have some of that attention? You know, think about it. You're making your body's rest and repair mode function better, and then you're also directing it to certain areas in the body, right? And then pause and let go. Just let go. You want to give your body time to let that incubate. So give yourself a break for a moment and just be still. If you want to amplify the effect, observe your body as you're being still. And as you're observing your body, which part of your body has its hand up the highest? Going, excuse me, please. Now, if you assess your body and you go, I really don't feel anything, go to your spine. So you're still observing your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay. So just with a little bit of inhaling and then inhaling with somebody listening, what do you notice with inhaling something that stimulates the generation of green in the body, which is really just another way of saying improving vagal function? Like those two things are saying the exact same thing. One is in English, one is in French, you know? That's the thing with the French. It's like they have a different word for everything. Cracking myself up there. So anyway, now we have the chakras, we have minor chakras, right? But we have chakras, and off of those are what you would call meridians, where like these long channels that go through different areas of our body that are offshoots of the chakras, right? And even from there, within that, there's like little points where we can have blockages or whatever, right? But if we zoom out a little bit, we also have an aura, right? This aura is the energetic mold or blueprint that eventually physicalizes into the body and then impacts the function of the chakras, the function of the meridians, the function of all those little points in the body, the minor chakras, the organs, you know, basically whatever happens in their body happens in the aura first. Even our emotions and our mind, whatever is happening there, it's in the aura first. The aura is the energetic mold or blueprint, right? So we've done this whole series on the auric programs, basically the patterns within the aura where we go through and unwind this. So this isn't a replacement for that. This actually working with your programs would make this work better, because you're refining the function of the nervous system, right? So here we're going to increase the level of green in the energetic mold or blueprint before we just go to the body, right? We want to improve how much green that our body really has access to. And if we're trying to improve the body's ability to generate this green energy throughout the body, that we're trying to improve the vagal function, why go just to the body when we can put it in the mold or the blueprint so that it physicalizes, and even after we're done doing what we're doing, it continues to physicalize, right? So here's the thing with the oils. The oil is not putting an energy in, right? You're not like going, oh, this is green energy. And as I inhale it, I'm putting green energy in. You're actually helping the body to generate the green. Like your body has the ability to generate any of these colors, but sometimes it's not. So you're stimulating the body's ability to have green in the body and green in the aura, right? When your nervous system is not functioning well, there's no green in the aura, or there's very little. So then vagal function or repair mode, as it physicalizes, is not very present, right? So we're trying to improve the nervous system and we're trying to refine the energy body so that it continually has good vagal function, right? Okay, so now we're going to do the four quadrants of the aura. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, your ribs, your hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the front side of your body, your face and throat, your chest, your abdomen, front of your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. Okay, just stop for a moment. Can you feel the difference between the left side of your body and the right side of your body? Can you tell the difference between the front side and the back side? Okay, now we're doing the right side of your body, right side of the face and neck, your right shoulder, ribs, your hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now go to the back side of your body, the whole back side, back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. Your awareness is on the back side of your body, the whole backside. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. How's that? You said 5 words, you got all chatty. So notice how your body is feeling. Right now, you've refined the energy in your body, which means it's becoming less thick and sticky and refining and becoming more fluid. But another way to say that from the nervous system is your ability to repair the function is improving. Like your body is processing whatever is going on. Stress, defense, protection, disease, blockages, your body is processing it. Blockages are simply your vagal function in that area is not functioning like it should. So now, one of the things that you can do after you've done the 4 quadrants is if there's an area in your body that needs a little extra attention, like, oh, my shoulders, oh, my liver, my kidneys, my hip, is you could put your attention on that area and just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And you're just letting it go. You're just being still for a moment. Let's try that one again. Left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Your awareness is on the front side of the body, your face and throat, your chest, your abdomen, down the front of the pelvis, the front of the legs to the tops of the feet. the right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. The back side of your body, the back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. Okay, pause and be still. Now, you're letting your body kind of incubate what's happening, but as your energy is refined, going from heavy, thick, sticky to more refined and fluid, or you're improving vagal function, part of what happens is now, be it things going on in the body or things going on in the environment, your body is more easily able to adapt to what's happening. Stressful situations happening, instead of being rigid and going into a stress response, it's like, oh, I can kind of flow with this. And the same thing in the body. There's some sort of issue that might arise in the body, instead of like having a stress response within the body goes, oh, we can adjust and adapt. We can heal this. We can go into repair mode. If it doesn't go into repair mode, then the body starts making all these adjustments in your body, where we start having symptoms and issues uh, that are a byproduct of an area not being able to heal. A good example of this is blood pressure, blood sugar issues, uh, heart rate, the breath, short, rapid breathing, um, even the frequency and urgency to urinate. Sometimes it's not necessarily a bladder or a kidney issue. It's because something else is going on. And as much as you try to resolve that issue, your body's not able to adapt and heal particular areas. So sometimes where we're feeling symptoms is not where the problem's at. The body doesn't compartmentalize everything. It works as this function, and it's constantly trading and doing things to try to maintain this idea of balance. And so sometimes our health issues aren't just, oh, I have this symptom, how do I make it go away? It's a dynamic within the body that is like, how do I make this dynamic shift? Right? If your body can't adapt, it's hard for you to do any of the other processes, because it's only going to be able to do it so far. So you're really increasing the healing potential when you work with green. And I find it to be relaxing and soothing. Now, we've worked on the energetic mold or blueprint. We've worked on the aura so that the green continues to physicalize in the body. Let's amp up the energy body's ability to generate the green from inside out, which is really a different way of saying we're going to amplify the body's ability to go into repair mode, or we're improving vagal function. So you're going to use that same oil, and now your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs, on the upper abdomen. Move to the back solar plexus, that mid back area below your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The low back, the back side of the navel. Your awareness is on the throat. The jaws where they hinge in front of the ears, like right here. Your awareness is on the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Mhm. Okay, let it go. I think we'll do another round, but we'll do it after maybe a little bit of chatting and a break. So, how about just sit with it for a moment, see how it's treating you. Notice how you feel your body, your emotions, your trouble spots, your thoughts. Okay, let's do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. How did you do? Seemed like you were riding a little bit of a roller coaster, yeah.
Yeah.
Felt good, and then like,
Feeling roller coaster.
and then,
Yeah. I'll share in a minute, but let's go ahead. Go ahead, Barbara.
hey, Barbara.
Hey there. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this. Yeah, the body definitely feels more resilient. Like, okay, I can deal with this now.
Right. I know, isn't it nice?
It is.
There's like I think about times where I was like, I can handle another thing. And like whenever I've been like that, I've either been pushing or I've been like stressed out to where I just like I hit this like weird threshold and I'm like, I can't handle another and it's just your body is in action mode and it's not able to go into repair mode. And, a lot of times when I get like that and I go to like lay down, I can't even rest. Like I'm so stuck in that moment that, and then, you do something like this and you go, yeah, I can handle it. It's no big deal.
Not a big deal as it was.
Right, exactly.
I have
Yeah,
a quick question too.
sure.
The bottom of the page, you read the body must first become adaptable before deeper restoration can occur. What
Hmm.
about the adaptability of the mental body? Is that
Well,
part of this?
well,
That's separate.
yeah, that's all part of like as you go through and because you're refining the nervous system, so that would also impact the emotions and the mind.
Okay,
And yeah,
presume so, but thanks for
yeah,
clarifying. Thank you.
you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Tracy.
Hey, oh, I need this class. So I was doing when we were doing the sides, my back was just like screaming at me. Back solar plexus around the rib cage there, all the way across. Um, and you're like, so how does it feel in relation to the rest of your body? I'm thinking, all I can think about is this back thing, but
Mhm.
it's gone. It's gone now. Once we cycled through and went to there, and back
Yeah,
away.
a lot of times, because Samantha was having, not with her back, but with a different thing. She was having a little bit of that, and kind of what's happening is your body is starting to process things, and so all of a sudden you're like, ugh, this has been hurting, where really your body's been managing things for a while, and it's made these like kind of trades, like, okay, your back's not going to hurt, but you're not going to breathe deep. You're going to go to a little bit to the side, and we're really not going to have you be aware of from here down. Like, and then you start to kind of refine the nervous system, and you're like, ugh, I don't really feel that good. And then your body starts to improve the vagal function, and it starts to address the issues. Like it starts to go like, hey, you got a lot of body tension, and you know what, you're not breathing deep, and you're only aware of like from your neck up, like whatever it might be. um
Well, I think with all the stress that I've had
yeah, sure.
this last few months, I think that I mean, doesn't the solar plexus like the front is it kind of processes through the back? Am I thinking that incorrectly, or
um
like it keeps
the,
compounding in the front and then eventually it goes to the
yeah,
back?
the front is like a little bit more of immediately what's happening, but it's also organ function and things, and then the back starts to be more like emotions that aren't processed, and then liver function, diaphragm, body tension, all of that. Like if there's a lot of body tension, no matter what, your back solar plexus is not having good vagal function in that area. Yeah.
That sounds about right. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'll share real quick and then I'll go to the shares in the chat. So when we were on the second round of the areas and we did the right side, I just had this like emotional thing start like getting released and my eyes started to water and I was like, it'll be okay. I just figured it was green working something out. And then by the time we were doing the second pattern for application B, and we did the navel and then we did the Meng Meng, everything started to get more and more soothed. Like it just had this soothed feeling. But when we hit that back throat, the eye pain I was having went down 70% with the first breath. Like I took one breath on that back throat and it was just like like
Mm.
the pressure, whatever I was feeling, it just 70% less. I was just like, oh my gosh, like it was very impactful.
So is it okay if I say a little bit? So part of the thing, like sometimes she has issues with her right side because she had hit her head on the right side, like on the right forehead. I mean, was that like 10 years ago maybe?
Mm-hmm.
And so it kind of disrupted like her neck and shoulder and went down into her back. I mean, it was, she hit it pretty hard. It wasn't just her head, but it was also like her body, and so the body has this pattern. And so when she gets to the right side, sometimes she'll have a little bit of an emotion. Some of that is still like trauma that the body is in some sort of loop or that has been locked into the body. And then, here we're talking about your improving vagal function where the body goes, okay, let's start processing, whatever's there. And then it's like, oh yeah, I was traumatized over here. So like here's a good example of the body is like going, oh yeah, this area got traumatized, and because you didn't know what the emotion was about.
No.
Yeah, it's just she was having emotions come up, and a lot of times that can be an old injury or a compensation, or sometimes it might be an emotional or mental trauma that is being held in the body. But a lot of times like a physical like bang, I got into a car accident. I slipped and fell down, or I tripped down the stairs, or whatever it is. The there's trauma or a trauma loop that's locked in the body. And as you go through and you start improving the vagal function, your body starts like processing it. And then you go, oh, yeah, like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, there was this trauma in the body that's just still been affecting you all the time, but it's just been there, you know?
Yeah. And then someone shared that, there it is. I think this was right after the first cycle, application A.
Mhm.
I felt a strong pulsating energy on the oh no, body awareness. I felt a strong pulsating energy on the forehead when doing spine.
Mm.
And then also after the process, the left is lighter, left side
Oh, good.
feels light.
Good.
Someone shared first time with Green Healer and super big fan now. Was super cranky and now it feels all good.
Yeah. So here's the thing, like even like the crankiness, sometimes even like tension in the body and connective tissue, the fascia, like it affects our mood way more than you would think. If your body is kind of tight and there's tension, your emotions and your mind are going to be stressed, or you're going to be cranky, or so like whenever you feel that, you kind of go like, God, I'm feeling a little cranky. If you think about it, you're like, also my body feels heavy and it feels stiff, and like I'm not moving well, and so like even when you look at the idea of like a pain flare up or an arthritic flare up or something like that, is it's hard to be like in a good mood, or it's hard to be like happy or have a sense of well-being when that's there. And part of it isn't so much your emotions and your mind, is it's that it's a chain reaction in your nervous system. And just like Barbara was saying, the adaptability of the body, what about the mind? It's a chain reaction of things. And the chain reaction goes both ways, but more times than not, it's the body going up through the emotions and through the mind. And so, you know, yeah, I get the crankiness. Like when you don't feel good, it's like, ugh, and it might not be about something. Like, you know what I mean? Like you go, okay, but why am I cranky? And it's like, I don't really have a reason in the outside world, right? Everything's like kind of the way it always is. It's not like I'm having some difficulty. I mean, sometimes maybe you are, but a lot of times it's the tension in the body. And you think about the adaptability. Emotion is getting processed when we have good vagal tone and good vagal function, and so your body's generating some low emotion out of response of things going on or like how you feel, and it's not getting processed, and it kind of builds up in the body, and then you're like, ugh, I don't feel good. I don't, ugh. So yeah, good for you.
Mm. Yeah, those are the shares. Good shares and questions, guys.
Okay, how about we'll maybe we'll just do it, and then we'll take a break. How's that? So let's do one more round with going through the energy centers. So whatever oil you were using, let's begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. The back solar plexus, the mid back area, that area below your shoulder blades. Your navel. Your awareness is on the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The low back, the back side of the navel. Your awareness is on the back side of the navel. Your awareness is on your throat. The jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. Your awareness is on the back throat. And then just pause and let go. Hmm. Okay, so we're gonna, if anybody wants to have a share or a question, go ahead. And if not, we're gonna take a break. So just see if somebody had
Okay,
to.
let's see a sec.
Feels nice though, doesn't it?
Yeah, that second round was much
Yeah.
just extra clean.
Yeah. There's been times where I've sat and I've done like these cycles 10, 12 times where I was just like, I could use another round. I can use another round. And then I'll get in a salt bath, like I do a bunch of rounds of it. And then, put some green healer in the bathtub and boom, do a little extra soaking. So,
Yeah, I think we're good.
okay. All right. So we'll take a break and we'll come back at 20 after and we'll start addressing segment 2, which is orange healer, I believe. Yeah. Orange state. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. And we're going to do the orange healing state. So this is associated with purifying movement, right? So lymphatic movement, it's very cleansing. If you think about like when you have a bowel movement or when you go pee, part of that is you're releasing out of your body. So the amount of orange energy helps to facilitate that. When you're able to reduce the mucus in your body, for example, part of it is your body is able to break it down and expel it out, right? So this is tied to the level or degree of your body's ability to generate orange prana, which basically means it also is able to like release out of a stress state. We go into an action activity mode and then we're kind of stuck in that, and our ability to like break out of that mode is tied to uh, the level or degree that our body generates orange. So it's tied to release or purifying movement, right? You're also displacing lower vibrational energies with orange. It's associated with detoxification, breaking stress cycles. It's decongesting to your mucous membranes, but also to your energy body. So you're breaking out of a stress state. Okay, so the oils, you can use the blends, Orange Healer, or there's a blend called Opadeldoc. You can use Opadeldoc if you'd like. Single oils, parsley, camphor, palo santo, lovage, Idaho tansy, Eucalyptus globulus, cade, Cape snowbush, juniper, birch, birch tar, nootka, bitter orange, or butterbur. You notice like all of these, like when you smell them, all smell kind of medicinal, you know?
So we're adding Opadeldoc. Oh, I see Opadeldoc's the blend. I'm just kidding.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 2 blend choices. Okay, so again, we want to have in our energetic mold or blueprint the ability to harness and utilize orange and to also have the body be able to generate the orange. Right, so we're going to start with the 4 quadrants. You're inhaling whichever oil you chose. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder and ribs, your left hip, the outer leg, down to the left outer ankle. Your awareness is on the left side of the body. Now, move your awareness to the front side of your body, your face and throat, your chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of your legs, to the tops of your feet. The right side of your body, whole right side of your face, neck, your right shoulder, ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. backside of the body, the whole backside, back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips down the backs of the legs to your heels. You're pausing and letting go. Your body is literally throwing off lower vibrational energies as we speak. It's really kind of moving on them, processing them more than anything, but you get the visual of like, and just get out of here. But it's really more that the body is processing it. If you want to practice a little body awareness right now, Practice body awareness. And wherever you feel something, go ahead and inhale whatever oil you're working with your awareness on that area. And then pause and let go. You're letting it incubate in the body. And then again, we're going to do the 4 quadrants. So your awareness is on the left side of your body. Left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Hmm. The front side of your body. Your face and throat, your chest, abdomen, front of your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. The back side of your body, the whole back side, back of your head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Okay, let's help the body generate more orange or to break out of stress cycles and generate movement. So you're using the same oil. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on your lungs. Your awareness is on the liver, right hand side of your body below the ribs. And then your kidneys, your awareness is on your kidneys. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. The soles of your feet. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Is that okay? And pause and let go. Just let it incubate. Hey, let's do one more cycle of that. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your lungs, your awareness is on your lungs. Good. The liver, right hand side of the body below the ribs. And then the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. And then the soles of your feet. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Just pause and let go. Notice how you feel. Notice your emotions. Also your mind. I'd say with the mind, the orange healing state would diminish repetitive thinking. Might not do it right off the bat, but like you kind of go through, you do the quadrants and then you start to do the pattern, and then pretty soon you're like, mind gets quieter. I find not only does it get quieter, but it's also like a little bit quicker to respond. Like when you have to go through and like process some information or take some sort of action or something, that when the body is toxic, when there's too much fluid in the body, it slows down the mental processes a little bit. So, anyway, let's go ahead and do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself, you can type in. Samantha gave it 2 thumbs up.
Oh, yeah. I'm ready to share, but I want the other students to share first. They want to unmute themselves. Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey.
I'll bite. So with the quadrants, immediately felt a lot of movement. What was most striking was the thrashing movement in the right side of my head. It was like birds trying to bust out, and suddenly the phrase "bats in the belfry" came to mind.
Oh.
It was
Yeah.
the right side, which is you talk about letting go of repetitive thoughts, that wouldn't necessarily be the right side of the head, would it?
Not necessarily, but still sometimes, who knows? There could be like a little bit of an awareness of something, it could be conscious or unconscious, like something in the environment. Sometimes I notice that uh like say before there's some sort of like weird interaction with somebody, or like, I have a family member or something who might reach out and be like weird or obnoxious. Like a day or two before, I'll start getting like a little bit annoyed with them, and like just out of the blue. And I'll go, God, what is that about? Like I haven't talked to that person in like 6 months, and it's not like I'm consciously like thinking of something, but I'm just like I'm a little bit annoyed, and then they'll call and they'll do the thing that they did, and then I'll go, oh, that's why I was annoyed. I can feel it coming. And so sometimes some of the things that might be in our mind or might be a little bit agitating is like incoming stuff from the environment or from other people. The thing with the when the body has enough orange, it really diminishes the influence of other people's thoughts on your physiology, your emotions, your mind. Like if somebody's upset at you and the body doesn't have that much orange, or hasn't refined the different colors very much, like their projection will hit you pretty hard. But like the more that the different colors have been refined, um, the more that it diminishes that influence. And orange being one of them, it's like when people are projecting negative thoughts or daggers at you, like orange just goes, it just like bounces it right back out of your field. And so there's the things that are projected at you specifically, but then there's also the radiatory effect where you might be in an environment where people are stressed out or people are agitated or people are super judgmental and they're not like, that Barbara, but they just go, those shoes with that shirt, I don't know. Like, they're just like judgy. And so you know, it just flushes those things out of your system.
It's all really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
At one point, I decided I would imagine a window opening so that the bats could leave. And then on the second round, I had some good yawns on the right side. So I felt
Yeah.
like something moved, but thank you.
Part of uh I've had that too, like where like I could feel bats like leave, like it literally looked like bats too. Like and sometimes I think it's like old thoughts, could be opinions, but if you go down to just the basic mechanics of how energy works, and like the Buddhist thing, like um ignorance is just like the lack of light of something. And so when we have some intellectual idea, but it doesn't really have light, it looks like these little dark kind of thought forms. And sometimes it's just that, like flushing out of your head. At least that's what I tell myself when the bats come out. I'm getting smarter. You know, I don't know.
And go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, Greg. I just had a really interesting experience, and I'm
Hmm.
now looking back on it, like it's transpired while we were doing Orange. There's always these little annoying problems when you come to computers and websites, and they're so annoying and not important that you just put them on the back burner and they may sit there
Hmm.
for years and years and years.
Hmm.
As I was doing Orange, it was one of those came to my mind, but it wasn't like thinking about it. It was more like, oh, go fix this kind of thing. And I went to one page and it didn't fix and it didn't give me any info, but I just kept listening and I got led around in a circle. And all of a sudden, my mind goes, oh, we could do this. And I did it and it was fixed. And
Oh,
I've been
tremendous.
there for years.
The thing that I would say about it, is that you could say like when your body is generating orange, it's like it overcomes obstacles well. Like um, I would liken it to like you become like more enthusiastic. And enthusiastic isn't like, a cheerleader, but like, I go back to this thing about like say we were all standing around here and we had put all our chairs in rows and we were talking, and then we formed a circle and we were talking, or we're going to form a circle, and one of us says like, okay, let's put all the chairs up against the wall. If you watch everybody kind of waits for somebody to take the first move, and then everybody kind of falls in and starts doing it. But that first movement, people usually like hesitate, and sometimes it's for like a couple of seconds, might be 5 seconds, and then somebody kind of gets up and kind of starts doing it, and then everybody starts doing it. Well, that's what I would say enthusiasm is it's like you're not like holding back. You just go, okay, chair to the wall. And you grab it and you go, wait, where am I going? And you already got the chair in your hand. You're already taking, motion, you're already doing movement. And um it's like you're not holding back. And if you look at the idea of like overcoming obstacles, a lot of time it's like you're kind of holding back in the obstacle. Like, oh, I don't want to waste my energy. I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to make a wrong move. I don't know if I understand it well enough, where there's some people, they just like go at it and they, you know, they might not even know what they're doing, but they're taking action. And then it's just like you said, and then like one step after another and after another, and you just kind of figure it out. But you're almost kind of doing it not knowing what the next step is, but you're
Yeah.
like, this is gonna happen. I don't know how well it's gonna go, but it's gonna happen. And it's
It
kind of
wasn't even about, yes, sometimes it's about enthusiasm, especially for those annoying background things that
Mhm.
aren't important enough to put time towards. But in this case, it was sort of like, um, I think back on how I felt about it, and I had no clue how to even solve it. It was like
Mm.
this complete mystery. And all of a sudden it was, well, just try this stuff. So, uh,
Nice.
yeah, just a very weird situation. And I'm still looking back and seeing parts of it. It's like, oh, that happened too. Oh my God. Thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Not to be just like, oh my gosh, but green was great, obviously. But this orange, when we started going through the application B pattern, oh my gosh, my mental, like, I went on a mental roller coaster ride. The different centers, like, different things came out. And then by the time we were done with the soles of the feet in the second round, everything got quiet.
Mm.
And then you started sharing about like what you said. I was like, is he in my head? Like, could he see?
Right,
Like, I
right.
was just like,
Yeah.
and then it was like, shh.
Right.
But it was like stuff that was intense, like repetitive things that have had a lot of emotional pull.
Hmm.
And I'm not saying it's gone, but it moved a lot.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And it's just, I have so much more energy. And it's, there was the mental stuff, but I feel like that emotional heaviness also got cleared a lot. So,
I kind of have a funny story about the orange. So, like this practice, like I've done for uh, maybe 25 years, 20 years, something like that. So there was a period in the early 2000s I was living in Southern California, and um I would do this practice, and the person I was with at the time, we'd be going somewhere to like some store or some event or something. And in Southern California, there's freeways everywhere. Like it's like what part of town you're going to jump onto what freeway that jumps on another freeway. And like you almost got to go, okay, I'm going to take the 90 to the this to the that to jump onto the this one. Like, you kind of have to plan it out. And whenever I would do this practice, we'd jump in the car and I would start driving. And I was maximum speed limit wherever I was going. And the person I was with at the time, she'd go, "Where are you going?" I was like, "I don't know, but I'm going fast." Like, I was like, I'm going to get there. I'm not sure, but I'm jumping on those freeways. And, because the freeways were notoriously congested and very slow. And, it was a lot of stop and go traffic. And, the freeways a lot of times were like, okay, I'm gonna go do something that's a big pain in the butt or a nightmare, but like I'm doing it. And I was just like, we're doing this. And so, you know. That's orange for you.
and someone had a question. They said last week Greg spoke about wearing orange stone ring for protection from projections.
Mhm.
I have a bracelet with orange citrine stone.
Yeah,
Is it okay to wear that all the time?
I wouldn't wear it like while you sleep, but you could wear it during the day. Sure.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, wear it on your dominant hand, your right hand. I mean, wear it on the right.
Good shares. Good
Okay.
questions, guys.
So how about we'll break for lunch? We'll come back straight up at 2 o'clock, and we're gonna do blue after lunch, the blue healing state. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And here we're talking about the blue healing state. So your body's ability to generate blue prana. So it's really about regulation and stabilizing the body and bringing balance to the body. You know, balance between action, activity, and rest and repair, and the generation of emotion, you know, the physiological emotion. When the body is in a much more agitated state or overstimulated state, the tendency is to generate more emotion. And the more we keep using the blue to generate blue energy within the body, you're really calming down both sides of the nervous system and helping them to interact, move back and forth between action and activity and rest and repair to a much greater degree. It's stabilizing to the body, it's stabilizing to the emotions, it's regulating to the mind. So you're really trying to achieve a state of balance with working with the blue healing state, a balance between the different parts of the nervous system. Um, Also helps usually to improve sleep. It helps to reduce inflammation, um, and it usually helps to reduce pain. You know, calms and soothes pain. And so, you know, for me, like, you know, I'll just share my experiences. I think I'm doing fine. I think I'm doing good. I'm not stressed out. I put a little bit of blue body tonic on and rub some blue healer ointment on my feet. And then, I mean, I am out. I am out. And, you know, we talk about like stress states, but sometimes it's not so much like, oh, I'm so stressed. It could just be we're a little bit more in survival mode, or for me, like I'm just pushing to get stuff done, or I'm pushing to do something a little extra, or I'm pushing just to knock out all the things on my list, or I'm pushing because I got to do something different tomorrow, so I got to get everything on my list done today, and I'm not stressed about it. I'm not upset about it. I'm feeling pretty happy, feeling pretty chill. And when I sit down, I'm relaxed, but I put the blue on and it balances out those two states. And it usually is the balance for me is usually nighty night, I'm going to bed, like, or I'm falling asleep right here wherever I'm at. And you know, when we're a little bit more in survival mode, we do tend to get a little overstimulated, we get a little agitated, we get a little bit hypersensitive. And again, it's not necessarily like an emotional state or a mental state. It could be impacting the emotions in the mind, but it's not about that. It's about the nervous system is agitated. You know, the nervous system, if it's being hypervigilant, is a little bit more in stress mode than we realize. And so it's just a hypervigilance within the nervous system. So we're just with the blue healing state, we're just calming all of that down. We're just slowing everything down, right? Um, I was about to say this is one of my favorites. They're all kind of my favorite, but you know. Okay, so you have the Blue Healer blend or essential oils that help the body generate blue is blue cypress, dark blue tansy, German chamomile, yarrow, Cape chamomile, helichrysum, different forms of sage, kava kava, lemongrass, vetiver, Roman chamomile, lang lang, larch, tolu balsam, poplar balsam, and yuzu. So choose one of your oils. Okay, so we're going to do the 4 quadrants of the aura. Bless you. Remember, that is the energetic mold or blueprint. So we're working the energetic mold or blueprint. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the left side of the body. The front side of the body. The face and throat, chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs to the tops of your feet. A little longer. the right side of your body, the whole right side. Right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. And then the back side of the body, the whole back side, back of your head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Pause and be still. And just being still. Let's do that one again. How that would treat you. A little sleepy sleep. Okay, so left side of the body, left side of the face and neck, the left shoulder and ribs, the left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. front side of your body, your whole front side, face, throat, chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs to the tops of your feet. Your right side, your whole right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. And the back side of the body, the whole back side, back of your head and neck, your whole back, your hips, the backs of your legs to the heels. And then pause and let go. You thought you weren't overstimulated. You know, like I said, every time I use this, I was saying that to Samantha. Like, I think I'm fine. I think I'm not overstimulated or, you know, it's not that I'm agitated. I'm just like a little bit more in action activity and not enough in rest and repair, like not a good balance. Then I do this and I'm like, ooh, I'm tired or I need rest or so we've done the 4 quadrants twice. Let's go through and do the pattern that helps our body generate more blue energy or more balance within the nervous system. So you're inhaling that same oil you're using. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. Your low back, the backside of your navel. Your awareness is on the low back, the backside of the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Perineum. That area between the sex organs and the anus, on the floor of the pelvis. Your awareness is on that spot. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The forehead, you're moving your awareness to the forehead. Then the jaws, the jaw minors, the area where it hinges in front of the ear. Right there. Both sides. Now go to your spine, your whole spine. Feel your spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mhm. And then pause, pause and be still. You're just being still, letting that incubate and settle in. Let's do another round. Your front solar plexus, that area below your ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. The back solar plexus, the mid back area. Your awareness is on the low back, the back side of the navel. The perineum, the floor of the pelvis. Your awareness is on your forehead, where the hairline is, your forehead. Then the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ear. Your awareness is on your jaws. Your spine, your whole spine. You're aware of your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. And then you're going to pause and let go. Just letting it incubate. Okay, let's go ahead and do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself. You could type in, share your experience if you'd like. How's that doing?
Not as many words for this one.
Mm,
A lot more quiet time.
yeah. Calms everything down. And it's not necessarily sedating. It's more that it's just calming agitation, hypersensitivity, hyperreactivity, or hypervigilance in the nervous system or the body's systems. Hyperreactivity doesn't mean like emotional hyperreactivity. It means like hyperreactivity of the adrenals, for example, where normally something stressful might happen and it goes, ugh. But then when you're in hyper reactive mode, that same thing happens and it's like off the charts and then it doesn't return, right? So it reduces that. It also can be helpful to the other systems that are out of balance or hyperreactive, like the immune system, endocrine system, things like that. When you do the spine, even like how signals travel up the spine to the brain and then back down the spine, they go out to the body. Sometimes that mechanism is like going fast or is very agitated. And so it sends agitated information and then it sends agitated instructions out to the body. And so it can be relatively kind of chaotic. It's part of like being hypersensitive, hyper reactive. So,
We did a couple good shares that I think kind of sum it up.
mhm,
I can see why Blue Healer is good before bed.
yeah.
And excellent nap. And another gonna need a nap length break.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got another share. Someone said very soothing. However, my crown chakra, back head, and forehead are very activated now, to the point that my scalp on the top of my head is hurting a bit. Is that okay?
Yeah, for some reason it looks like your Ming Min overactivated a little bit. Hmm. Maybe just get up and walk around and do like the hip circles, like the hula hoop circles, and see if that doesn't calm that down. Sometimes as it calms things down, your body starts to transmute things. And, blue isn't necessarily a color you would go like, hey, that's very transmuting. That's actually more of violet. Violet can be incredibly transmuting. But the thing that I will say is blue is transmuting to the instinctive responses, like our reflexes and instinctive responses. And so, that's a lot of like our reactions to the outside world, like our stress responses, things like this. And so, if there is a bit of transmutation there, that's probably the thing that it's hitting, which is very good. But it sounds like it's a little much. It's not that something bad's happening, it's just like we don't want it to be uncomfortable or overwhelming. So just try getting up and moving around and just see how
Yeah,
that does.
they shared it's been like that a bit all day, but with the blue, it got stronger.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we are gonna probably take a break after this, but keep us posted who
Mhm.
you are after.
Mhm.
But those were the shares for those that could keep conscious.
Okay. So like somebody said, maybe a nap length break. So how about we'll do 20 minutes. We'll come back at 35 after. Hey, everybody. So we're coming back. We're on segment 4, the pink healing state. So this is vagal state reinforcement. And what that means is that even though we might get super stressed out, even though we get upset, get angry, get emotional, get agitated, without doing anything, we kind of snap out of it like quicker and quicker. Like we're able to go, okay. And at first it might take, if something's super upsetting, it might take you a day or half a day, where it might have used to take you a week or a month or something. You just have to let the energy dissipate. So basically, it helps to discharge the emotion and stress. And really, discharge isn't the right word. It's more about like it elevates it. It elevates the emotion so the heart can kind of process it. And it's incredibly good also when we've gone through periods where, I don't know the word for it, but like just say periods of time where maybe you haven't had a lot of support or things haven't gone well or people have been kind of crappy to you for a while, and you just, you know, you haven't been in a good place for a little bit. It helps to kind of restore the emotional body, so like you can almost feel like, hey, there's hope. Hey, life can be good again, or like, hey, there's some sort of potential here that maybe I didn't see before. And so the idea here is harmony. And harmony is another way of saying like tranquility or peace. If you think of the blue healing state, it's very calming and soothing. But here, we don't want to just be calmed and soothed. We want to be able to come to this place to where that even when difficult things start to happen, we still have that calmness, that peacefulness within us, right? We're able to come back to something rather than completely losing it. I'd say in other states when we're stressed out, we kind of lose where we're at, and you know, we have to like kind of go, okay, we got to get back to vagal tone. We got to get to vagal function. We got to get to that place where we can be calm again, right? This is, you never really lose that calmness. A part of you might be flipping out, upset, stressed out, but then as a little bit of time goes by, you return back to center. You return back to that place of balance. You return back to that place of peace and calmness and stillness. And so that is vagal reinforcement. Like it's a state that's there regardless of what happens, we're able to come back to it. In theory, we should all be able to be there, but the problem is life happened. And when life happened, uh, you know, kind of pulled us out of that natural state. So you could say it's a potential, but unless we kind of cultivate it, a lot of times most people aren't able to hold on to that. It's something that we really have to kind of cultivate. It's the idea between meditations, even prayer work, different forms of healing is to be able to bring us to this place where we can have this kind of harmony, right? So, um, the other thing that I would say is like here I wrote heart coherence, but you could just say coherence because like sometimes how I talk about like the body can get agitated sometimes. Different systems in the body can be at odds with each other instead of like kind of working in a way where they're working together or working in a way that's harmonious rather than being agitated. And so you see that the body can get out of whack, and we start to have stress-related health issues because the body is kind of at odds with each other. I mean, a perfect example is autoimmune issues. The body is actually part of the body is attacking other parts of the body. And you can have this happen in other areas, but that's one area that is easy to see and easy to point out. So this idea of coherence is that instead of the different systems or different areas of the body seeing each other as um, something separate from each other, they see it as a big interacting unit, and so they behave themselves and they get along with each other, and they're not agitated and they're not at odds with each other. And really, the at odds is just a lot of like survival mechanisms and just being in survival dominance or just in a very stressed state for a prolonged period of time. I go back to the idea of if you're at work and this guy Joe walks up every day and stomps on your foot, you know, at some point, as soon as you go to work, you start like going, ugh, Joe's gonna come stomp on my foot. I see Joe. Joe's in the building. And you start kind of going down this weird rabbit hole, right? At some point, how do you not get agitated with just the idea of I gotta go to work where Joe's at? First it's Joe's in the building. I see Joe walking towards me. But the agitation keeps going further and further out because you know that it's coming or that the potential is there, right? So this is the opposite of that. It's knowing that like, hey, even when difficulty happens, I still can find peace. And even though I get upset here, I still can find peace. And even though Joe stomps on my foot, oh, that Joe, uh, don't do that anymore. Versus like kind of losing it. You know what I mean? And so that's what we're kind of shooting for is that ability to shake things off, you know? And it doesn't mean, oh, I shake it off and it's just not there anymore, but it's like, I'm not going to let this take me to a dark place, you know? And so that ability to just shake things off is another way of saying harmony or tranquility. Doesn't mean that nothing happens. It's that things still happen, but we're able to handle it in a much better way. Okay. So with that, the Pink Healer blend, but then also Rose Absolute helichrysum, impapo, nartji, jamarosa, jasmine, tuberose, osmanthus, ginger lily, geranium, any form of geranium would work, and then palmarosa. Okay, just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. We're not even doing quadrants yet. Just inhale this one. And then pause and be still. Now, let's do body listening. Be aware of your whole body. Yeah. You're inhaling, you're paying attention to an area in your body. And then just be still. You know, one of the things, I talk about this, but it's not something that people think about when you're treating like things that are chronic. And the issue is that, we talk about how the mind and the body communicate with each other. Like that's part of lower emotions, like when we get angry, or even simpler emotions like just hunger, thirst, safety, protection, whatever it is the body is trying to let the brain or the mind know, hey, there's an issue, right? Then the brain sees that there's an area in the body where things have compromised. Like, hey, you got injured on the side of your hip there, or your back, or you got injured in your shoulder or your knee, or maybe your liver is a little compromised and is not functioning like it should. And so the brain goes, okay, look, you need to be more careful when you're interacting with the outside world and when you're moving around and doing things. So I don't think you get that your shoulder is injured and compromised and in the process of healing, or that your knee is compromised or your liver is compromised. So I'm going to make it hurt. And by making it hurt, you're going to be less likely to use it. So it's our way of protecting that area from keeping that area from getting compromised more. So when you look at chronic pain syndromes, for example, or any sort of chronic dysfunction, any chronic health issue, is for one, your body gets locked into a repetitive pattern there, even though it might be dysfunctional. And then two, because if you think about it, it's like trying to protect that area, but the protection can also become a problem, right? And then it magnifies discomfort so that you're more careful. Like, hey, don't pick up that box. I'm going to make your back hurt more so you know not to pick up that box. I'm going to make your shoulder hurt more so you don't, go out and throw a baseball around or play volleyball or something, right? So part of this is, in a way, it's not that your mind and body are at odds. They just have different opinions. It's not like they're fighting with each other, but they're agreeing to not agree. Like, okay, that's your opinion, and the body's like, no, that's your opinion, right? And so the way to cut through this is to harmonize the body, harmonize the system. And it doesn't mean that all of a sudden you harmonize it and the problems go away. It's not that it's going to resolve the symptom, but it's going to make that area more responsive to treatment, or it will allow the body to heal itself, right? Like if you have like really bad chronic pain, like say in the back, and just, nothing's working, right? You go through and you work the pink healing state, and the pain might go down somewhat, but you'll start to notice that when you slap an ointment on, or you take an ibuprofen, or you take something for reducing the pain, that it actually kind of works a little better, and it goes a little deeper, and it lasts a little longer, and the pain doesn't quite hurt as bad or as long. It's you're breaking out of a cycle because you're harmonizing the body and the mind. And so this is one that I especially like to do body listening with, because it does kind of cause this nice back and forth where, you know, I don't know. This is what I say to Samantha when I'm talking about myself. My body and my mind are being very polite with each other. They're being very proper. Thank you for doing that. You're very welcome. Could you please do that? Yes, I can. Thank you. Okay, it's not like you're not going to pay attention, so we're going to make your back hurt more, or we're going to make your shoulder hurt more. I did my time with that. Like, I'm ready to not have that be a thing anymore. Took me quite a while to break out of it, just because of all the accidents and things I had when I was young. And so, you know, it's an odd thing, because you're not chasing a symptom. You're trying to improve the processes of the body. You're trying to make the body more responsive. You're trying to make it more efficient. You're trying to make it, like, in a way, like, more conductive to each other. Like, let's work together as a team versus let's be at odds with each other. And so this idea of the pink healing state, you really could add to just about anything, because it elevates the emotions, it harmonizes things, it helps to improve and increase vagal reinforcement, so that even when you go into that stress state or that emotional state, you snap out of it faster. You know, like, you know, getting upset is a very good example, where when we don't have the vagal reinforcement, we can stay upset for a very long time. And really, it's just that it gets old. We don't really resolve it. We don't really snap out of it. We don't break out of the loop. It just gets worn out, right? Where when you have vagal reinforcement, you're like, okay, I'm really upset. And then, a little bit of time goes by, and then it's, you might see the details of the situation a little bit different, or you just kind of start going, well, I can stay upset about this, but it's not going to really do anything. So, okay, what's the problem? Let's resolve this problem. Do I respond? Do I not respond? I'm upset or I'm not upset. So it could be an external situation that's genuine, but sometimes we have things pop up in our head that's from the past, where it's like, this is really upsetting. This is really triggering. Why did that person do this? Or why did that situation, happen? Or, whatever it is. And then when we have that vagal reinforcement, we go, well, okay, that was a long time ago. I was a different person. They were a different person. Who knows? It's just time to kind of process out of this and get up and take our ball and go home. You know what I mean? And so the pink healing state is a nice little thing to add to just about anything you might do, just because it improves efficiency. and the body's ability to heal. Be it physical, psychological, doesn't really kind of matter. Okay. So again, one more time, observe your body, go to one of your compromise spots and just see what happens. And pause and let go. Okay. Pause and let go. You're just letting everything go. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. Left side of your face and neck, your left shoulders and ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. the front side of the body. Face, throat, chest, abdomen, down the fronts of the legs to the tops of your feet. Mm. And your awareness is on the front side of the body. The right side of the body, your whole right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. And then the back side of the body, the whole back side. The backside of the body. Pause and be still. Hey, let's do the 4 quadrants again. Left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. The front of the body, the face, throat, chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs to the tops of your feet. The right side of the body, right side of the face and neck, the right shoulder and ribs, the right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. Your awareness is on the right side of the body, right side of the face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle, the whole right side. the back side of the body, the back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of the legs to the heels. And pause and be still. And just being still. You're just being still. Okay, now we're going to go through the body. Your awareness is on your front heart, the center of your chest. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the front heart. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the liver, right hand side of your body below the ribs. Now you're going to the gallbladder. So you're going to your midline, right? The line down the middle of your body. You're going to 2 inches to your right, and then just below the ribs. This area will impact the gallbladder. So your midline, 2 inches to your right, just below the ribs. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Your spleen. Your awareness is on your spleen, left hand side of your body below the ribs. And then your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're pausing and letting go. Just let it go, let it incubate. It's pretty funny to watch. When you like leaned up and like, we're still going to do another round, but let it incubate for a minute and then maybe we'll talk about it a bit. Um, I think it's easy to say this is very, very soothing. And just letting it process. Okay, let's do one more round. So whatever oil you were using, your awareness is on the front heart, the center of your chest. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with awareness on the lungs. And then the liver. Your awareness is on the liver. Your awareness is on the liver, right hand side of the body below the ribs. Now, your gallbladder. So go again to your midline, 2 inches to your right, and then below the ribs. Kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. You do a nice, long, slow, deep breath. The spleen. Your awareness is on the spleen, left hand side of the body, below the ribs. Your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on the brain. What? Mhm. Just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Mhm. You're just being still. Notice your body, your emotions, your compromised areas. Notice your thoughts. Okay, let's do some shares, questions. Unmute yourself, type in. How'd that one treat you? I find this one to be pretty soothing. For me, I think sometimes violet's a little bit more soothing, but uh, I don't know. In the middle of doing this, I'm like, but is it really? I think it might be this one.
Mm,
You know, it's kind of hard to tell.
They are a little
They're
different.
they're
for sure.
different, but yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey, yeah, this one's like peaceful with a smile on my face, and please don't ask me to do anything serious.
Yeah, no joke, huh?
And
Yeah, that's a perfect way to describe it. Peaceful with a smile on my face. Yeah.
and I had a really interesting experience with the first round. We did the back heart at a couple of yawns, which isn't unusual, but along with them came this sort of spontaneous tone. And we got to the brain every time I yawned, which was almost every inhalation. The spontaneous toning sound came out of me, just almost with
Right.
the entire
You, you,
awareness in the brain.
the thing with like the toning is, like when we tone an angelic name or we tone the like words of a mantra or, a deity or something like that, you're really opening up um the like the channel or the way that energy with consciousness comes in and then mixes with the body or mixes with the elements to like physicalize in the body. That's why I like the angelic toning is so potent. And like say just doing Om Mani Padme Hum where you're like Om Ma Me, you really break down every syllable. You're bringing in this divine energy, and that energy is um, mixes with the elements the same way our repetitive thoughts and our intense emotions mix with the elements and then physicalize in the body, but they're a much higher vibration. And so that idea of like a sense of well-being or that idea of like happiness or even the ability for the body to heal and have this sense of tranquility and contentment, level or degree of contentment that is not like survival driven. It is because that energy with consciousness has mixed with the elements and not our emotions, because like I go back to that thing where, I've talked about this a bunch, but I'll still revisit it, where in my early days, we were doing a meditation. I was like, okay, put your awareness on your heart, recall a happy time. And I was sitting there, I was like, whoa, that was happy, but then something bad happened. And then I had this circle of friends that we were really good friends, but then we all kind of went our different ways. And, one got married, one had a kid, like all these things happened. So I was happy for a bit, but then I missed them. So that's not really happy. There was times where I was happy, like, and I'm doing all of this in my head. And then, recall another happy time. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm still working on the first one. And, that's the nature of like the lower emotions and human emotion is, we feel maybe some goodness in a situation, but there's also something negative or something traumatic. And so what happens is we don't really go, oh, but that piece, that one thing was just so nice. We kind of try to resolve those negative things, and then that's what we physicalize, and then our body is like stressed out and thinking it needs to be defensive and protective and be careful because everybody's going to leave, going to that like circle of friends, like you got to do something so that everybody just doesn't leave and abandon you, and like all these things. And that energy with consciousness doesn't play that game. You know, it doesn't play that game at all. And so like when those tones come in, or when that energy with consciousness comes in, or that angel energy or vibe comes in and really starts to mix with the elements, it has this shift in the state of the body that normal healing really, a symptom oriented approach or trying to manage the body systems really can't touch that. It's like another level of healing that is, um, I don't know. It's like it's something you can kind of stick in your pocket and take with you, even at the end of your days, and you're gonna pass. Like that kind of stuff you hold on to. Even when you transition, you hold on to it. Really, we hold on to the other stuff too, just not in a good way. You know. Yeah.
9 or 10 years ago, when I first did that meditation, I wasn't far behind you. I came up with
Yeah.
one happy time, but I couldn't come up with the second
Yeah.
one.
Well, when
So
I
to
did
be in this place now is just
it,
incredible. Thank you, thank
that's
you,
so
thank you.
good. So by the time they got, you know, like we call a happy time, we call a second happy time, the rest, it's just a recording, but like the rest of the meditation happened. And at the end, I've got tears coming down my eyes. I was like, I can't recall a happy time. I'm supposed to recall two. I can't even recall one. Like, oh my God. Uh, it's funny now, but in the moment, it was just this weird realization of how, even good experiences get like tainted with the negative until the heart becomes more refined. Like at that time, I was like, I thought my heart was refined, but I couldn't hold on to a good thing. Like I couldn't. And so as time goes by, it that energy with consciousness and mixing with the body, it's not something that happens just naturally. You really have to do it with intention. It's something that you're consciously doing and cultivating. But when it starts to happen, uh, it just changes. It just changes the perspective of the world in general, but also of yourself. Like it really changes how you see yourself
It's
in a
amazing
good
the
way,
power
I
of the
would
mind
say.
it's, it's amazing the power of the mind and the lens it chooses to perceive through.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, you know, when I couldn't recall a happy time, I was seeing through the lens of the body, but from the lower perspective, the perspective.
Yeah.
Because even my thoughts, they were all very survival oriented. Like we were all good and had good, connected. And then we all, one moved to Colorado and one did this and one did that. Nothing bad happened. But because we weren't still all connected that way, in my mind, it was bad. And it's a kind of survival thinking. It's like that's what happens with friends sometimes. You're connected and then everybody floats away. We're all still in contact, but it's not the way it was back then. And you know, to break out of survival thinking and feeling and acting, it's takes conscious effort, and it's a lot of little movements. It's just a lot of little movements over a period of time, and then pretty soon you start to realize, "Ah, I don't think that way anymore." Now it's a little weird because when I get around those friends, um they're just normal guys. And when I get around them, I'm like, whoa, we're in such different places.
And so like I kind of just let myself be the person I was back then and talk with them the way that it is, but couldn't have conversations with them about stuff that we talk about here on the weekends. It would be too weird. So, yeah.
Well, and this is not really piggybacking off of what you guys said, but what you were saying, made me think about, you getting that into your heart. And at the beginning of the practice, I was like, Keeler, couldn't have this been like the first thing? And I was like, okay, vagal reinforcement, I get it. But from the experience and being able to be like, oh, yeah, when it gets into the heart, that's like vagal reinforcement.
Right, right, right.
And it just kind of like having the experience of that, I'm like, oh, that's what vagal reinforcement looks like.
Mhm.
That's what pink healer. But I was like, it was just kind of funny because I was like, looking at it at the paper, I was like, huh, it seems like I could do pink healer at any point, which probably could,
You
but
could, but the thing is if you kind of are looking like how we're doing the colors, you're kind of going through the progressions of um, vagal tone.
Mhm.
Because even the first one is not like, oh, we're strengthening vagal tone. You're like, we're not even strengthening vagal tone with green. We're improving its function. We're
Mhm.
improving its potential. We'll get to the vagal tone at some point, but like just because you go through and you do work with some vagal tone, and then you go, okay, I'm doing vagal tone work here. I'm improving the tone itself. Doesn't mean that you hold on to it. Doesn't mean that it goes deep. Sometimes it goes there for just a little tiny bit and then it kind of snaps back, like you can't hold on to it. And sometimes, this happens sometimes even when I'm working on somebody. I can't even get it to go to tone. Like it's like because the the function, like the vagal function, your ability to go into rest and repair mode was so compromised. I worked on this person one time that had cancer. And, I went through and I did the evaluation and I was like, okay, most times with cancer, it's really poor vagal tone. The nervous system is very dysregulated. I worked on her for like 5 or 10 minutes at first, and I was like, I can't even get vagal tone to like budge. Like it's not even going to be like it's just her body is not in repair mode. And I think she had, if I remember right, she had had a very hard life, and alls I did, like alls I did was every time that I would see her, I would just do the work to improve vagal function. Like I didn't try to address the cancer or establish vagal tone. Like every week that I would see her, I would just vagal function, vagal function, vagal function. And I was kind of gearing up to go to the next level. And remember, she was like, yeah, cancer's gone. Cancer's completely gone. And it's just all that happened was we just kept like making vagal function happen. And her body just went through and just started cleaning house and resolved it. And so like she hadn't been doing anything different other than that. And so I suspect, there was a few things that she was doing, but she'd been doing them for like 18 months or something, and they weren't working. And then I did the vagal function work, and all of a sudden she got better. And I suspect that, she was still doing those other things. They just all started working after that. Yeah.
Yes, that's why it's kind of fun seeing it in this class like that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And really, if you think about it, if you don't have vagal function, anything else that you do it might do it, but it won't be able to hold on to it because the function's not there, you know?
I mean, not to keep being about me, but that's exactly what my body, for the last couple days, it's been in this like, what's going on? And when we really did that green process, it like allowed something to like
Mhm.
break.
Yeah, something started to move. And then, because later we're going to talk about like, okay, we can use combinations of these things to do particular results. But it's like first learn them by themselves, and then, then a little green pink action might be needed, or green pink and violet, or there's variations where they can like piggyback on each other, and
Mhm. Someone shared, I slept through the first round of application B, so definitely very soothing.
good for you though. Like, that's the thing with, if we're trying to establish greater vagal tone and you're going through and you're doing this process and you fall asleep, mission accomplished. I mean, mission accomplished. Like, just lean into it, let your body rest. You know, I can't tell you how many times I've sat down, like at the end of the day, is like, I'm going to do this, 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 and this. And I get into like the first process and I kind of fall asleep and I'm like, done. Like, I was trying to improve and deepen vagal tone. And, a lot of times I start off with aloes and I was like, a lot of times I don't get past aloes, you know.
Somebody, this was early in the process. Oh my gosh, pink healer is more relaxing than blue healer.
Yeah.
I am
Well, it's different, but like I would agree it probably is a bit more relaxing because the blue healer calms down the generation of emotion. But like say what happens if you've been stressed out for 5 years and like stress turns into a emotion. Like if we're in survival mode or stress mode, at some point your body goes, look, we're in fight flight. You need to be a little bit afraid. You need to be a little bit anxious. You need to be a little bit nervous. You need to be a little bit of something. And so what happens is that stuff just accumulates over a period of time. The blue will calm down the generation of it. The pink will elevate it so that that accumulated emotion kind of moves up to the heart, and then the heart goes, let's just turn it into food and eat it, transmute it, do whatever we're going to do with it. But it's not stuck in the body anymore. It might be released, it might be transmuted, it might, whatever it is.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
That's great. I think I have blue dots all over my shirt. Um,
And your voice has changed a little bit.
yeah,
You
yeah,
sound a little bit like Sleepy Teresa rather than Teresa.
yeah. Sleepy Teresa. Yeah. The interesting thing on the
Mhm.
blue, and I didn't understand what was going on, but now that you were talking about it, um, it just felt like emotion was coming up. Maybe that was coming up to be,
Yeah, if you're balancing out the two sides of the nervous system, like sometimes it's like, well, there's this issue here that keeps generating a feeling or emotion, so we need to process this so we can get to that balanced state. So
okay,
that can happen. Yeah, sure. It
okay,
usually, even if it arises, you just kind of watch it and it will kind of process out. You don't really have to do anything with it, but there's been a couple of times where for me it was like some big thing and I had to sit
Mhm.
and watch it for a little while, you know.
Yeah. I think I need to remember. I have to like write myself a
Yeah.
sticky note. Watch it. It's
Yeah, you
just.
just observe it. Like, because the observation is the nervous system is processing it. Like you
Yep.
you you really don't even have to process it emotionally or mentally. Like a lot of times you already kind of have.
Yep.
And then the nervous system just hasn't gotten the memo.
Hmm.
So, like, it's just got to kind of go, okay, we were in protective mode, we were in survival mode, we were in, hurt mode, whatever, wounded mode. And
Hmm.
we just got to process out of that and complete the paperwork and be done with this. The project is now over. It just has to complete the project, you
Oh
know?
my gosh, project is over.
Yeah.
I love that. And so that was kind of the blue. And I was like, it's fascinating. And it was a big thing and it's been going on a long time. And I'm like, why is this coming up in this way? And luckily I didn't hold on to it, but that's good. And I kind of dropped the bottle a few times. When we
Yeah.
got to pink, I dropped the bottle quite a few times. I'm like, oh, we did the protocol with the heart. I don't remember that.
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
so then if that happened for me in the blue and then in the pink, I went through it and it felt more settling.
Yeah, I would say so. Like it will bring you like probably more peace about it, because
Sure.
like if there is some sort of emotion that's still like accumulated or um
Mm,
like I would say sometimes it's like that idea of emotional restoration is, like when you go outside and you're pulling weeds and you're, moving stuff around and everything, and
mhm.
then you come in and start to rest and you go, my body's sore. Ugh. And then in a day or two, you kind of shake it off, right?
Yep.
Sometimes when we go through like emotional things, our emotions are sore. It's like, ugh, that was a lot of heavy lifting. And oh, God, I kind of straightened myself in a couple areas. And it's usually times that were like, a little bit traumatizing or like intense or you didn't feel supported or things were very unstable and you just you're always waiting for the other shoe to drop and then it all kind of calms down and then your body's like, oh, emotionally I'm a little sore. Like it's not even like you could say that it's trauma, but it's almost like the effects of trauma rather than the trauma itself. And so like that's like when I do that on myself, it's like I think my feelings were a little bit more hurt than I realized, and my feelings are a little exhausted, and I'm a little numb, and whatever it is, and the pink healer kind of soothes all that to where it feels like, oh, it's okay to feel. It's okay to have emotions. It's okay to not be in survival mode. It's okay to, you know,
Yep.
embrace whatever it's gonna be to embrace. And, you know, I think for myself, it's like it's okay for me to put myself out there again,
Got it.
because like I get like, you know, in my early days in the family unit, uh, it would make me a little gun shy about putting myself out there, because I took too many shots to the gut, if you know what I mean. And so, like, I would just be quiet about stuff and I'd be in social situations and I would just kind of try to be invisible. And the more that I worked, the version of Pink Healer, the early version of it, I think for a while, all I did was I worked tuberos. And man, it just nursed my emotional body back to health. Like it was, you know. And the thing is like to be able to feel and not get overwhelmed by negativity, but sometimes how when something feels good or something might be like emotionally exciting, like something good happening, like when the emotions haven't like fully been like restored, even something that's positive can be a little exhausting. Like, like, oh yeah, I
Sure.
felt really good about it, but I'm kind of done with it. And so, like, in a way, it shortens the amount of time that you can enjoy something. Like, oh, I can enjoy it, but oh God, I'm kind of done, you know. And for myself, I would reflect on this whenever I'd be reflecting, and it's like, well, at first I'd go, I only let myself enjoy it so much because I know that it's going to go away. I know that something's going to take it away. So I'm going to enjoy it, but I'm not going to get too attached to it because, I can already tell it's on its way out, and it wasn't, but that's the way it felt. And
Sure.
after a while, I was like, ugh, feeling good is exhausting, because it was, like in a way, because of previous experiences, feeling good was also a little bit stressful because it was like, I got to protect this, I got to survive this, I got to whatever. And then pretty
Sure.
soon it's like, yeah, it comes and it goes. I enjoy it for as long as I can. When it goes, oh well. But it took me a while to get there. Like
Sure.
I didn't get there just, I wish I could say I did, but I didn't.
It's interesting that you say that. I had a really interesting day yesterday, and at the end, I think a lot of old emotions finally came out of the body. So
Sure.
just a lot of tears, and I had a great sleep last night.
Good for
But
you.
but what came, up today when we were doing the Blue Healer was, it almost kind of feels like they would call it jitter on the network. It's just like stuff like, and then pink. It's like this beautiful pink lake,
Yeah.
it's very soothing. I did fall asleep. And yeah, it was fascinating. I ran into a few situations where I was observing an old pattern. I wasn't a part of it. And then in one conversation, I felt like somebody was trying to put me back into that pattern. And I'm like, I think that I gotta go now.
Right. Yeah.
It's a very weird day. So can you tell me what is in Pink Healer?
Let's look here. Rose Absolute, bunch of that. And then Helichrysum, Impapo, Nartg, Jama Rosa, Blue Cypress, and a bunch of Angelica.
Okay. That's a really nice one.
Mm.
Interesting. Thank you so very much.
So those were the regular shares. I did want to make sure everyone knew we had requests for ordering the kit again. So I just made it available on the class
Oh,
page.
perfect.
And so I have this is the link to that. It put it in the chat if anybody's interested, or you can just go to the class page. It'll be up all weekend still. So just wanted you guys to know in case that is of interest to you. But those were the questions, the queries and shares. Someone did just say the kit is amazing. I'm so glad I ordered it.
Oh, good. Yeah, like at first I was going to do roller balls, and then I thought, no, we'll do 5 ml so you can do salt baths, and if you want to make a body tonic or put some in a lotion and rub it on an area or something, you have the ability to do all of that. So,
Yeah, it's a
thought
good
it was a
choice.
nice treat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody said I appreciate the 5
Yeah.
mLs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you did a blue healer bath last night.
Yeah.
And the last bath I did was a violet healer. Yeah, feels good.
Mhm.
So, okay, you guys. Well, we'll call it a night, and then we'll start again 10 a.m. in the morning, Central Time, and we'll start off. I think it's red healer right off the bat. Yeah. So we'll be stimulating the body's processes. So helping action activity to behave itself and be efficient and do the right thing. So see you guys in the morning.